We're now ready to begin our National Tuna Show. We need yearling rams to the ring. These are fitted yearling rams. Our judge for your National Tuna Show is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Along with his wife Melissa and their 3 children, they own and operate Wolf Brothers Livestock. They raise natural colored and club lambs. Let's welcome Alex Wolf. We're also honored today to have our 2021 National Tunis Queen, Hannah Warnicki. Hannah resides in the small town of Columbus Grove, Ohio, and is a senior at Columbus Grove High School. After high school, Hannah plans on majoring in agriculture communication and meat science at Ohio State University, along with growing her own Tunis flock. Her next stop will be at the North American International Livestock Expo to continue to represent the Tunis breed. If you would like to follow along with her adventures, she has a blog called From the Desk of the Tunis Queen. Hannah would like to wish good luck to all the Tunis exhibitors today. Let's welcome Hannah Warnicki to your National Tunis Show this afternoon. The modern-day Tunis. The modern-day Tunis is the result of combining the Middle Eastern fat-tailed sheep imported from Tunisia with the sheep available in America around 1799, making them one of the oldest U.S. sheep breeds. The breed was very popular in the South until it was almost eliminated during the Civil War.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to your 2021 National Tuna Show. What a way to start off. I mean, a great class of yearling bucks all the way from top to bottom, and I think we've got an awful special one up here to start this class with. He's rather large in terms of his outline. He's maybe a notch bigger than I'm particularly comfortable with. With that being said, he's easily the most complete. He's the most massive. He's got the most amount of natural thickness down his top. He's really wide-based, really good through his rib. Love the extension through the front third. Love the way he lays his blades into his forerib. Comes back to a level, wide hip. I think just a nice place to start out here. Come to the ram here in second, and again, really a long hind-saddled sheep. I appreciate him for that. Really long from flank to flank as well. Has some extension. Maybe not quite as true at the top side of his shoulder as the buck we're going to lead off with, but one that I can't really fault much more than that. A nice kind of a ram. I like the bone work. Come to a ram that kind of makes me uncomfortable out here in three, and I really appreciate his overall stature and length and straightness of lines. He's really arrow straight down his top. With that being said, he's a little more exotic than I'd prefer to see. I'd like to just open him up, expand him through his rib cage, I'd like to drop him and make him just a notch deeper as well, but I think one that's really pretty to look at off to the side. The next young man brings us one that really a long sheep. I appreciate him for the length of hip he has, the length of loin that he has. One that maybe if we're going to get critical, he gets just a bit narrower up on the top side of his skeleton compared to the contemporary standing directly ahead of him. One that's maybe not quite as good through his shoulder region the way he lays his blades in, but a really well balanced, and I like the breed type about him as well. Coming to the next ram, really I like the balance of this sheep. I think he's extremely opened up. He's just given up too much in terms of length for me today. Kind of the same story the next one. I like the power and the mass. He's just shortening up for me today compared to the contemporary. He's going to lead off the class. Nice way to start. Congratulations all the exhibitors.
Our next class will be Slick Shorn yearling rams. Again, we're now ready for Slickshorn yearling rams. Placing on the fitted yearling ram class, first place goes to entry number 4094, S&T 2110, Schwartzenthaler, Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ram weighing 301. Second place to entry number 5221, Scarlet and Gray, 2003, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 246. Third place to entry 2149, Jessica Vanderbeek and Nathan Vanderbrook and Chris and Mark Swihart, Vindosha, Ohio. That ram weighing 234. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to entry 1778, Brattle Farm 2028, Isaac Eppy, Pittsfield, Mass. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to 2069, Woolly Hollow 0310, Victoria Fuller, Wilmington, Delaware. Sixth place to entry 961, Linda, Lindsay, and Elsa Casey, Pineywood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia.
a really nice class of slick-sheared Tunis bucks out here, and we've got some different types and kinds. And the ram I'm opting to start with, really a tall-shouldered type of sheep, one that has some more extension up through the front third of his skeleton, one that when you get behind him and really analyze him, he's really wide through that loin. He comes back to the widest set of pin bones, really wide through his hip. He's got some true muscle in his stifle. And when you get off to the side, it's kind of a combination of all those things, the real muscle that he has in him and the look that he has through the front third that kind of excels him to the top of this class. Now the buck here in second really pushes him. I love the dimension and the mass of this buck, the way he lays his shoulder in. He's carrying considerable more condition than we're finding in the class winner. He shortens up ever so slightly. But that being said, really, really big top in this sheep, one that I really appreciate for that. This is kind of the way I see him today. I think two really nice slick-sheared kind of rams up here. Come to the young ladies here in three, and a long-sided sheep, one, again, really long hip. One that gets maybe a tick spongier on its feet than I prefer to see. One that's not quite as true at the top side of the shoulder and just doesn't have that overall natural muscle that we're finding in the two that are going to start the class. Same story here in four. I think a really attractive type of sheep off the side, one with some rib and capacity to it, one that gets a notch straighter off of its hocks for me today. I'd like to change the angle to that and make him to be able to make him move forward. But I think a really nice class. Congratulations.
Next class, after weighing back those top three, is Senior Ram Lambs. Results of that slick-shorn yearling ram class for our Tunis show. First place goes to entry 1159, Spildy 500, Grand Duke, Aaron Liu, and Troy Staples, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 252 pounds. Second place to entry number 3479, Harris 0434. Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 282. Third place, second in the junior show, to entry 2073, Piazza 0081. Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. That ram weighing 245. And fourth, third in the junior show, to entry 2074, Piazza 0017, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. Following the senior Ram Lamb class that's in the ring, we will show for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram.
Again, a really nice class of senior Ram Lambs out here. And in the buck we're going to go ahead and use, he's got the worst attitude of them all, and it's kind of hard to get him shown out here. But, boy, I tell you what, when you put your hands on him, extremely big down his top. Lays in his shoulder really good, has some added style, some added thickness, and really long from that 13th rib on back. I'd like to see him just relax just a touch more when we set him into motion. I think a lot of that's nerves. He does not want to cooperate at all out here, but I think that's an awfully nice buck. Coming to the Ram here in 2, and one that I really appreciate in terms of completeness and top shape. He's really big topped. He lays his shoulder blades in really smooth. He's got some added look. I love the hair coat to this buck as well. I think he's really good in terms of his breed type, just giving up a little of that overall stretch we're finding the buck directly ahead of him. Coming to the Ram here in 3, really a big middle type of a sheep. One that I like the Springer rib. I like the turn of that rib, really deep in terms of his rear flank and really shallow in his chest. Problem for me is where we lay in the shoulder blades on the top side. He gets just a little bit more opened up right there behind his shoulders. We'd like to trim him up. Maybe doesn't have quite the top shape we're seeing in the Ram directly ahead of him. Rounding out the class, a really pretty outline type of a buck. The narrower the bucks when we put our hands on him in terms of his top shape, I'd like to just open him up and expand him apart. I think another one with a nice hair coat as well. A great class. Congratulations all the way down.
Once we get the weights on those first 3, we will be showing for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. We do want to recognize some of the folks that have made the awards that we're handing out possible. The Yearling Ram Award for that class winner was from Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis. The Slick Shorn Yearling Ram Award from MJM Family Farm, and the Fall Ram Lamb Award from Boulder Creek, Tunis. Kyle Harris, we need your second place Slick Shorn Yearling Ram in the ring. From our senior Ram Lamb class, first place and open first in the junior show went to entry 3650 MB 2034F, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. That ram weighed 222. Second place to 4095 S&T 2144, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis of Hunt, New York. That ram weighed 180. Third place to 2295 Stumpy, Tunis, Russellville, Missouri. That ram weighing 208. And fourth place to 1356 Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts.
A really impressive set of senior Rams out here on the Tunis side. I think all 6 of these are certainly deserving and good in their own right, and I think they're really going to have a positive influence on the flocks that they go home to. I'll go out here and show you your champion reserve. Let's go ahead and put our hands together as we do. I think it's an awful good set of sheep. Congratulations.
Open show senior champion ram goes to entry number 4094 out of the fitted yearling ram class, S&T 2110, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis, Hunt, New York. The open show reserve senior champion was entry number 3650 from the senior ram lamb class, MB 2034F, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Now ready for January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs, please. Well, here's our first Tunis trivia question. Who won Champion Tunis Ram honors at the Northeast Regional Tunis Show at the 2006 Big E? That'd be 15 years ago. And the answer is Joseph and Joan Seavey from New York.
a really, really strong set of ram lambs as we get into the intermediate division. These top two rams, I think, are really nice, and they're pretty similar, but they're different in their own ways. The buck we're going to start with, there's just more to him. You put your hands on him, you love the way he lays into the top side of his shoulder. He's got the wider loin. He's got the bigger hip. He's got ample stifle muscle. He's got real shape when you get in and view him. And then when you handle him from that 13th rib on back, he's the longer hind saddling ram of this class. Has the added bone work, balances up well enough. I think just when you put everything together, he's kind of got to start it for me. The ram in second pushes him awful hard, and this is the one I want to use in the worst of ways. I love the silhouette of this sheep. I think one that's extended, still balances up. And then that being said, you get over top of this one, and he's got a big loin in him. He's got a really big hip, and there's muscle there. It's kind of deceiving when you get off the side. You read him to be a little bit narrower. That's not the case when you get over top of him. I think there's a lot of good in that second place sheep. The one here in 3, again, a really long hind saddle type of sheep, one that balances up well enough, one that just wants to run downhill ever so slightly, not quite as neat up through the front third of his skeleton. If we could just change him there, I think we could run him up. I think he's a really attractive ram. Come to the ram here in 4, definitely the powerhouse of the group. I think one that's tall-shouldered. I really like him at the point of his chine. One that handles just a little bit shorter than some of them, but with that, he's got a big hip, a big loin. He's really round in the middle. I'd like to make him just a little more sure off them front 2 today to go ahead and use him up any higher. Rounding out my top 5, again, a really long-sided sheep, one with some added extension through the front, one that just doesn't have quite that overall thickness that we're finding in natural muscling, and the ones directly ahead of him. Great class all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 1888. J.C. Irwin Tunis 2140. Dan and J.C. Irwin, Richwood, Ohio, with a ram weighing 206. Second place, first in the junior show to 3239, Kyle 2139. Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That ram weighing 162. Third place to entry 1358, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 136 pounds. 4 to 4096, Swartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. 5 to 1357, Kyle McCullough, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. Sixth place to entry 1409, Anna Sherest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 7 to 1780, Isaac Eppy, Pittsfield, Massachusetts. And that was also second in the junior show, Brattle Farm 2037.
again, a really nice class of ram lambs out here, and the buck we're starting with is just super complete. From front to rear, down his top, he is just extremely smooth, extremely square, handles with the most amount of natural thickness and muscling down that top. I think he balances up really well from the side. Just a nice place to start. I like the expansion in the rib and the width of his chest floor. Coming to the ram here in second, one that I really appreciate in terms of length of hind saddle and length of spine. One that maybe is not quite as neat made at the top side of his shoulder compared to my class winner. One that maybe just doesn't have quite that rib cage we're seeing in the class winner and the natural muscling, but I think one that's really long, really up-headed. I think he's an awful nice kind of a ram as well. Coming to the ram here in three. And again, one that I like the breed type about this, he's really functionally sound. There's really no holes in him. Today for me, we just need more product. We need more muscling over the top side. He's the greenest when I put my hands on him, but he's a really nice kind of a built ram. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Now ready for March and later born ram lambs. Placing on the class of February born ram lambs, first place goes to entry 4097 S&T 2179 Schwartz and Talley, Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ram weighs 146. Second place to entry number 3659, and this is also first place in the junior show, Red Barn Farm 1025. Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunde, New York. That ram weighing 165. And third place to entry 2075, and also second place in the junior show, S&T 2171, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. That ram weighs 152.
another really nice class ram lambs, and we've got a contrast up here in 1 and 2, and we've got the most mature ram lamb going to lead off the class, and then we've got the least mature ram coming in second. But I think other than their maturity patterns, they're really similar. They're both really level over the top side of their skeleton. They're the best in terms of their angles. They're the best in terms of their build. When you get off to the side, I like the profile of both of these rams. The one we're going to use has more to him. He's further along in his development, maybe a notch further along than I'd prefer to see in a March class. But I think when you put everything together, he's really sound, really complete. He's going to win. Come to this ram here in second. Really like the hair coat of this sheep. I think one that's good about his breed type. Extremely good through the front third of his skeleton. Really level with his spine. Sure, there's not as much to him as some of the other rams out here in this class. But again, he shows me the most immaturity out here. I think he's built really, really cool. Come to the ram here in 3. One that when you get over top of him has a little more to him. He's a little bigger in terms of the middle portion of his skeleton. One that for me shortens up ever so slightly, just not quite as neat put together as what we're seeing directly ahead of him. I read him having a slower or earlier maturing type of sheep. Excuse me, sorry. Come to the ram here in 4. And again, one that really has a lot of pounds to him, and you like him through the middle portion. Not quite as neat at the top side of his shoulder. Wants to round off a little more his hip, get a little flatter in terms of shape when you view him from behind. Next ram, extremely long-sided, like him a lot. One that I just like to make him sounder on his rear feet today. And round out the class, another nice kind of a ram. We just need to fix him on his feet as well. A nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Now ready for slick-shorn ram lambs. Placing on that March and later born ram lamb class, first place and first in the junior show goes to Kyle, 2168. Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That ram weighing 158. Second place to entry 1410, Small Fry Farm Continued, 102. Anna Shrest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 95. Third, second in the junior show to 2070, Fuller 0024, Victoria Fuller, Wilmington, Delaware. That ram weighing 112. Fourth place to 962, Linda, Lindsay, and Elsa Casey, Pineywood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia. Fifth place to entry 5222, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And sixth place, third in the junior show, to 2076, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. Following our slick-shorn ram lamb class, we will show pair ram lambs before showing junior champion and reserve junior champion ram.
Out here in your slick sheared class, four really nice kind of rams. The ram we're starting with, extremely level in his makeup. I like his skeletal build. Maybe if I were to be critical, I'd like to clean up them skirts on top of his head. But once you get past that, really a wide topped ram. He wedges a little bit better for me as we view him on the top side. Comes back to a really wide loin. He shows me ample shape through the stifle. One that maybe isn't as wide in terms of his pin set as what we're finding our second place ram, but he's got the advantage in overall length of hind saddle as well. Coming to the ram here in second, like the bone work underneath this sheep, like the rib cage and the shape of that rib. One that for me shortens up dramatically in terms of his hind saddle, and that was kind of the biggest comparison. Really appreciate the thickness over the top. I'd like to stretch him out a little bit. Coming to the ram here in three, really a long-sided type of sheep, one that just gets a little flatter when we view him from behind compared to the counterparts that are directly ahead of him. We'd like to give him a little more natural muscle in that stifle, widen him out right there at his hip to be able to compete with those two. Rounding out the class, a really long-sided type of sheep, one that's built really well, but again, just doesn't have quite that overall muscle when we get in and view him from behind compared to some of those standing directly ahead of him. A really strong class. Congratulations.
Again, we're now ready to show pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs are being shown. In our January ram lamb class, the award was sponsored by Swihart Moonlight Tunis. The February class, the award was sponsored by Darling Tunis Kids. The March and Later Ram Lamb class, the award was sponsored by Dwight and Sally Barney. The Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, the award was sponsored by Max Garman. Our Champion Ram Award, which we'll award in a little while, is sponsored by Spildy Tunis. The Reserve Champion by Chasing Purple and Troy Staples. The Junior Show Champion Ram and Reserve Champion Ram Awards, sponsored by Dwight and Sally Barney. And our Best Headed Ram Award by Busy Corner Farm. Let's give all those Ram sponsors a nice round of applause for covering those awards for our national show. Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, first place went to 4098 S&T 2152 Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ram weighing 164. Second place to 3480 Harris 0466, and that was also first in the junior show. Kyle Harris from Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 158. Third place to 1359, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts, and that ram weighed 137. And second in the junior show to 1896, Avery Brown with Brown 2101. Avery's from Urbana, Ohio. Now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion Tunis Ram. So we need those first and second place animals from those previous classes. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 4792 Schwartz and Tully Tunis, Hunt, New York. Second place to 4634 Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Third to 1398 Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 4 to 1613 Anna Shrest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. And 5 to entry 2181 Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware.
Well, congratulations to all the exhibitors and breeders as we get out here in your junior champion ram. I think all 8 of these are extremely good, and it's been a really tough ram show. I look forward to getting into the champion deal and look forward to firing off the females. So without saying too much, I think all these are really nice. I think there's a pair that just hit me pretty good. I'll go out here and select your junior champion ram. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
Our junior champion goes to the first place January Ram Lamb, entry 1888. Jackie Irwin Tunis, 2140. Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. The reserve junior champion went to our second place January Ram Lamb, entry 3239. Kyle, 2139. Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
As we go out here and we got your 2 senior champion rams and your 2 junior champions, and I think there's just a lot of similarities. They're all extremely sound, extremely big when you view them in from behind. I think they've got plenty of muscle, plenty of shape on the top side, and they all have some rib shape and some extension with that show ring look. I've been fortunate to be able to judge this breed at the national shows a few times, and boy, I'd stack any of these bucks that we got out here in this ring up against any of the other ones I've sorted. I think it's just a tremendous show out here on the male side. That being said, I think there's one that just comes out here and he can't be denied. That's going to be the senior champion ram. That's an awful, awful good ram. We're going to come back and we're going to use the junior champion for reserve. Congratulations.
We need to keep those two reserve champions, the reserve senior and the reserve junior, ringside, please. Our grand champion ram goes to our senior champion ram, first in the yearling ram class, S&T 2110, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. The reserve grand champion ram was our junior champion ram out of the January ram lamb class, entry 1888. Jackie Irwin, Tunis, 2140. Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. We still need to show for grand or junior show champion and junior show reserve champion rams. We need all of the first place junior placed animals. So in that yearling class, we need 1778 of Isaac Eppy, 3479 from the Slickshorn class from Kyle Harris of yearling rams. We need 3650, which is out there. We need from the January class 3239, which is also out there. We need 3659 from Jenna and Greg Loper. We need 3240 from Emma and Brooke Kyle from the March class. And we need 3480 from Kyle Harris from the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class. In the ring, please.
As we come out here, and I think it's an awfully good set of junior sheep line up all the way out here. But we have my reserve senior champion ram from the open show and my reserve junior champion ram. And taking nothing away from any of the others, it comes down to those two pretty quick and in a hurry for me today. I think both these are awful nice rams. I like them about their breed type. They're really good in terms of their balance and their muscularity. Today, the reserve junior champion ram is going to be your champion in the junior show, and the reserve senior is going to be your reserve in the junior show. Congratulations.
Our junior show champion goes to entry number 3239 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Kyle, 2139, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. The reserve junior show champion goes to our senior Ram Lamb class winner, 3650, MB 2034F, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Now showing best-headed ram. Best-headed ram is your next one. Best-headed ram of our Tunis National Show goes to entry number 1409, Small Fry Farm Continued 101, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. We're now ready to begin our female show. We need yearling ewes, Class 1 yearling ewes. These animals born October 3rd of 2019 through and including February 16 of 20.
a really strong way to start the female portion of your show. The yearling ewe that we're going to lead off with, I think she's just easily the most stylish, most complete. She's the straightest down her top. She's got the most extension through the front third. Balances impeccably well off the side, has a really wide loin, really big hip in her. I think she's just a tremendous female to lead off with. Coming to 2 and 3, we got a little difference in type and kinds. The ewe in second, one that maybe I'd like to change her and make her just a little truer in terms of her spine today compared to the ewe on either side of her. But then again, when you get over top of her, extremely opened up. She's got a huge rib in that sheep, one with some added bone work. I like the hair coat as well. There's just so many good things in that female that I'm going to give up a little bit of that trueness in terms of her spine. The ewe coming in 3. Boy, this is really my type of sheep when I put my hands on her. Really wide from her rack all the way back to her hip. Has a great turn to that rib, maybe not quite as much as the 2 ewes standing directly ahead of her, but compared to the rest of the class, one that's really good through the center portion. The problem with this sheep for me is when we set her into motion, she wants to get too choppy. I need her to take a longer step and be just a little truer and freer when we set her into motion, and I think we can run her up just a little bit higher. I think that's an awful good one as well. Coming to you here in 4, and one that just starts running out of gas in terms of natural product and power. When I put my hands on her, she's greener than the 3 ewes standing directly ahead of her. I'd like a little more natural muscle. I'd like a little more bloom through the center portion of her skeleton, open her up to be able to compete with those 3. Come to the next ewe, really a big outlined ewe, one that again is maybe not quite as true down her spine, really opened up. With that being said, she's not quite as neat through the front third of her skeleton. She's carrying just a little more condition than I prefer to see at this particular point. I think it was a great class to use all the way from top to bottom. This is the way I'm going to line them up today. Congratulations.
Our next class will be the second class or late class of yearling ewes. Those ewes born 220 of 20 through 44 of 20. Results of Class 1 yearling ewes. First place in open and in the junior portion of the show goes to entry 3242, Kyle 2055, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That animal weighing 218. Second in open, second in junior to 3651. Michaela and Meredith Bugman 2018. Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. That animal weighing 221. Third place going to 4099, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York, and that ewe weighed 190. Third in the junior show to entry 3663, Jenna and Greg Loper, Nunde, New York. Fifth place, fourth in the junior show to Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York, with 3652. Sixth place goes to entry 2016, Boulder Creek. Penobscot, Maine. 7th place to 1362, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 8th place, 5th and junior, to 3485, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 9 to entry number 1411, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. And 10, 6 in the junior, to 2489, Amanda Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. We're happy to welcome the 2021 National Tunis Queen, Hannah Warnicki. Hannah resides in the small town of Columbus Grove, Ohio, and is a senior at Columbus Grove High School. After high school, Hannah plans on majoring in agricultural communications and meat science at Ohio State University, along with growing her own Tunis flock. Her next stop will be at the North American International Livestock Expo to continue to represent the Tunis breed. If you'd like to follow along with her adventures, as she has a blog, From the Desk of the Tunis Queen is its title, Hannah would like to wish good luck to all the Tunis exhibitors today at the National Show. Junior exhibitors, we want to make you aware that the junior showmanship classes today will take place at 7 o'clock or 1/2 hour after the conclusion of this show. No earlier than 7 o'clock, though. There are 3 divisions in the showmanship. The junior division, those contestants 11 years of age and younger. Intermediate, 12 years of age to 15 years of age. And senior, 16 years to 21 years of age. That junior age is determined as of January 1 of 2021. All juniors are eligible to participate. We will do sign up right before the show. You do not have to be pre-entered on that.
Again, a really strong class of yearling ewes out here, and kind of like the last class, we lead off with one that I just find extremely good. She's straight down her top. She handles with the most amount of natural thickness down that top, the most amount of muscle when you view her from behind. She's the best in terms of her rib and the way she lays into her blades. She's got the most extension and the best balance. Just a really handy way to lead off this class. I think she's awful good. Coming to the ewe here in second, really made similar to our first place ewe up here. One that maybe just doesn't have quite the added extension, quite the added length, but I think one that's really big through the center portion of her skeleton, really extended, has a big top and really a wide hip in this sheep, just doesn't have quite the overall length that we're finding in that class winner. Come to the ewe here in 3, really a big middle ewe. I love the rib shape. I love the turn to that rib. I think one that balances up tremendously well from the side. With that, maybe not quite as true down her spine compared to the 2 standing directly ahead of her, but a really big type of a female. The one I find the most appealing when I get over top of it in terms of squareness and extension comes here in 4. I like this female a lot. Super true down her spine, really extended up to the front end, really square through her rack. Maybe not quite as big rack as some of the females ahead of her, but handles really square, and I appreciate that. That being said, we're getting just a little shallow for me today. I'd like to open her up through the center portion. I'd like to deepen her up. We're talking yearling ewes. I think this ewe has a ton of good in her. We just need more of her. Come to the ewe here in 5, and really an attractive ewe off the side, but with that, again, just not as much of her. We need to open her up. We need to give her a shot more through that center portion of her skeleton to be able to compete. A great class of ewes all the way down. Congratulations.
Now ready for Slickshorn yearling ewes. Slickshorn yearling ewes to the ring, please. Placing on Group 2 of our yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 4100, S&T 2142, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ewe weighing 205. Second to 1361, Creekside, Tunis, 2047, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 177. Third place to entry number 3662, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunde, New York. That ewe weighing 207. And that was first in our junior show. Fourth to 1889, Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Fifth place to 1412, Anna Sherest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. Sixth place to 5223, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Seventh place, second in junior, to Harris 0439, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 5224, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Ninth place, third in the junior, to 1779, Isaac Eppie, Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Here's our next Tunis trivia question. At the 2011 National Tunis Show held at the Big E, who had the first place yearling ram and slick shorn ram lamb, and also the grand champion ram that went on to be supreme champion ram? Troy got the answer right off the bat. It was West Wind Farm from Kentucky. We want to remind folks that are watching us online, you can send chat in, and you can even participate in those trivia questions as well.
Really a nice class of slick sheared ewes out here, and really compliments to the breeders. I think this is a great set of sheep. The ewe we're starting with, just extremely good down the top side of her skeleton. Really wide in her rack, really square, comes back to a huge loin, and she's got the widest hip, the most amount of true natural stifle shape in this class as well. Really like to turn to her rib. She balances up on the side. I think just a handy place to start. You coming here in second, again, really follows her a lot in type and kind. I love the way she blends her forerib into her blade. I think one that is good on the top side, comes back really wide, maybe doesn't have quite as wide a pin set, maybe doesn't have quite the stifle muscle we're finding in the class winner. I think that's the contrasting figures in them. Come to the ewes here in 3 and 4, and definitely different in their type. The ewe in 3, really a long-sided type of sheep, one long flank to flank, longest from the 13th rib back in this particular class. I like the extension up front. I think she's wide down her top, not as wide as the ewe we have here in 4, but when you're comparing and contrasting, she's got the more feminine look up through the front end. She's the one that has the extra length through that center portion of her skeleton, the extra length from that hip and in that loin as well. Putting everything together, she's going to go 3. Come to the ewe here in 4, one that I really like the openness in terms of the center portion of her body. Really big up high. Maybe not quite as attractive through the front third of her skeleton as the ewe standing directly ahead of her. One, when you get behind her, you really like the shape and the power in the hip. I need to stretch her out, especially through that hind saddle for me today to be able to move her higher. I think one that's built really cool. We just need to make her longer. Really long-sided sheep here in 5. One that just gives up too much in terms of natural muscling when we view her over the top and get in behind compared to the one standing directly ahead of her. Great class of ewes all the way down. This is the way I see them today.
Next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the class of slick shorn yearling ewes for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 1890. Jackie Irwin Tunis, 20,000. Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. That ewe weighed 205. Second place to entry number 1360, Creekside Tunis, 2085. Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ewe weighs 187. Third place to and first in the junior show to entry 3243, Kyle, 2012. Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That ewe weighs 183. Fourth place to entry 4101, Schwartz and Tolley Tunis, Hunt, New York. Fifth place to 1363, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 6, second in the junior show, to Kyle Harris, entry 3481. Kyle is from Ludlow, Massachusetts. 7 and third in the junior show to 3482, Kyle Harris. 8th place to entry 2071, Victoria Fuller, Wilmington, Delaware. And 9, 5th in the junior show to 2077, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to 4793, Schwartz and Tully Tunis of Hunt, New York. Second place to 4700, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Third place to 1986, Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Fourth place to 4635, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. 5 to 4703, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Noonday, New York. Sixth place to 1399, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 7 to 1614, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 4668, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. And 9 to 5227, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs into the ring.
a really nice class. There's only 4 out here, but boy, the quality is really deep in these 4. The you were opting to start with, again, really good down her top. She handles with a lot of length from that 13th rib on back, really good back to her hip. Shows me the best balance off the side. Stays really wide and true in her step as we're setting her in motion. She does want to reach up and kind of arch up on herself from time to time. But boy, I tell you what, when they get her stuck on the side, just a really nice place to start in this particular class. The young man coming in second, really appreciate the frame score of this female. I think one that's going to have a bright future. Really, again, good down her top, handles really straight, maybe not quite as much thickness and turn to that rib. And the U was standing directly ahead of her, maybe not quite as long, but I think one that seems to be real youthful yet. I think she's going to have a bright future ahead. The same story here in 3. One that you really appreciate off the side, really extended up to the front third. One that's really straight down her top. Just doesn't have quite the overall power we're finding the 2 directly ahead of her. I need just to open her up. And the same story here in 4. We just like to open them up and give them a little more in terms of natural muscle and base width. A really strong class. Congratulations.
Now ready to show senior champion and reserve senior champion ewes. So we'll need the first and second place animals of the 3 yearling ewe classes plus that senior ewe lamb class. Placing on the Tunis senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 4102, S&T 2149, Schwartz and Tali Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ewe weighs 162. Second place to entry number 3244, Kyle 2135, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. That ewe weighs 167. And third place, and that was first in the junior show. Third place to 1634 goes to Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts, with a ewe weighing 135. And fourth place to entry 1365, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts.
Well, first, let's start off by giving all these exhibitors a round of applause. They've certainly earned it. There's a lot of quality out here in both the class winners and the second places out here for your senior champion U. I mean, the quality is just outstanding. Taking nothing away from the second places out here in this individual show, these class winners really excel to me. Whether you start from the first yearling U class, extremely fancy, really good moving. She's probably the best on the move of any of these out here. One that really handles with a lot of thickness. You come back to next to you, love the rib and dimension in this sheep. Again, really correct. Maybe doesn't move quite as good as her, but I think she's maybe a notch better in her breed type. Come to the Slickshorn U, really a heavy muscled sheep. Puts it all together really good. I think one that's good in terms of her makeup, maybe tracks just a notch narrower. And then you come to the fall ewe lamb, and again, really a pretty pattern sheep. One with so much rib and so much top shape and real muscle, and she moves free and easy as we saw as she moved about the ring. But anyhow, so it gets extremely close out here, and I was kind of trying to talk myself into one of these, and I wish I had 4 banners to be able to give out, and this is just a senior drive. So I look forward to getting into the junior ewe lambs. I'm extremely impressed with the quality. I'm going to go out here and show you your champion, senior champion, and reserve senior champion ewes.
Open show senior champion U goes to entry number 3242. Our first place ewe out of the first class of fitted yearling ewes, Kyle 2055, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. The reserve senior champion ewe goes to entry 4100. Our first place ewe out of the second yearling ewe class, or the late class, S&T 2142, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis, Hunt, New York. We are now ready to begin our junior ewe portion of the show. We need fitted January ewe lambs to the ring.
a really nice class here as we get into the younger ewe lambs, and the ewe we're leading off with, just a really nice kind of a sheep. You get on top of her, really wide down her top, handles with the most amount of muscle, has a good rib shape to her. She balances up tremendously well off the side. She's really sound at the ground. Just a really handy place for me to start. The ewe here in 2, definitely more moderate than some of these out here. Really good on the move, really eye appealing off the side. I like the balance, I like the femininity. Then I get over top of her, really a big top in this sheep. She comes back to a really wide sprung rib, comes back to a wide hip as well. I think just a really nice kind of complete sheep that's going to run her up into second. Come to the ewe here in 3, really a tall outline type of sheep, one that's got a bunch of fanciness up through the front third of her skeleton. One that you handle her down her top, she handles with plenty of thickness and rib, maybe not quite as good as what my second place ewe does. One of the major things, I'd like to change her about her hair coat. She gets just a little darker than I prefer to see. I think she's acceptable, just not my preference. Come to the ewe here in 4. Really a cool looking sheep off the side. I love the silhouette and the balance of this sheep. Her underline kind of runs her up here into this hole for me. Really level down her top, really good in her chest floor compared to her rear flank. Has some added extension. That being said, there's just not as much of her. We get over top of her compared to the sheep standing directly ahead of her. We need to open her up through that rib cage. We need to give her another shot of base width. A really wide sprung ewe coming in here in 5. One I appreciate for all those things. She's really bold in terms of rib cage, really big down her top. One that's maybe not true at the top side, as true at the top side of her shoulder. Wants to run downhill ever so slightly. Some awful big ewes down here in the lineup. I think next year they're going to have a different lineup out here. This is the way I'm going to place them today. Great class. Congratulations.
Our next class is February ewe lambs. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 1891. Jackie Irwin Tunis 2141. Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. That ewe weighed 146. Second place to entry number 2151. Vandenbroek 0007, Jessica Vandenbroek, Vindosha, Ohio. That ewe weighs 118. Third place to 4103, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ewe weighs 130. Fourth place to entry number 1367, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. Fifth place, first in the junior show, to entry 3654. Michaela and Meredith Bugman, 21075. Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Sixth place, second in the junior show, to 3246. Kyle, 2141. Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Seventh place to entry number 1368, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 2234, Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio. 9, third in the junior show, to Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. And 10th place to entry number 3488, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. So here's another Tunis question. This really isn't a trivia question, it's a current events question. What Tunis breeder recently purchased the Don Kraft Tunis brood ewe flock? Very quickly, someone's been reading the banner, and the answer was Gary's Tunis out of Illinois.
again, I apologize for taking a little longer. It's a really good show out here, and I think all these exhibitors certainly deserve the time to go through them. The two on the top end, again, they're really complete type of ewes, got a lot of the things I'm looking for. They've both got some rib shape. They've got some top shape. They're really fundamentally sound at the ground. They showed me some base width. The ewe that we're going to go ahead and lead off with just shows me a notch more in terms of extension, a notch more in terms of length of spine, length of hind saddle. She's got an advantage there. I like to turn to that rib. Really a powerful sheep when you put your hands on her. Does she move quite as free and easy as the ewe in second? Maybe not. That's where the ewe in second has the main advantage. I love the breed type of this sheep. When this young lady walked her around the ring, she was the easiest moving sheep of the whole deal, and I really appreciate her for that. You put your hands on her, you're certainly not disappointed. Does she wow you like some sheep on either side of her? No, but when you combine it all with her athleticism, she's going to stand second for me. Come to the ewe here in third, really a large outlined ewe. One I really like when they get her stuck. I think she's really good. She's got a big rib, really wide loin, really wide hip. Maybe not quite as true right there at the top side of her shoulder. Maybe not quite as true in her loin. When we set her into motion, she was going to be my class winner. When we move her, she wants to really hunch at her loin. I'd like to just relax her in her spine. She's just a little too tight in her spine. I'd like to loosen her up, and we could go ahead and run her to the top end of the class. You coming next, really a pretty pattern sheep off to the side. One that just doesn't have quite the overall dimension and rib. When we view her from the top, I'd like to just open her up through the center portion of her body to be able to move her higher in this particular class for me. Coming to the ewe here in five, really a complete type of sheep, one that's just given up in terms of length and in terms of extension. Some of the other ewes out here, I think she's one of the more immature ewes. I really like when I put my hands on her, just not quite as much of her as what we got ahead of her. Going on down, a great class all the way through. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Our next class will be that early class of March ewe lambs, early March ewe lambs. Those animals born March the 2nd through March the 6th. Early March ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the class of February born ewe lambs, first place in open, first in junior, goes to 3660. Red Barn Farm 1030. Greg and Jenna Loper, Noonday, New York. That ewe weighing 147. Second in open, second in junior, to entry 3653. Michaela and Meredith Bugman, 21076. Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. That ewe weighing 132. Third place to entry number 2017. Boulder Creek, Penobscot, Maine. That ewe weighing 164. Fourth place to 1892. Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 4105, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. Sixth place to 2235, Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio. Seventh place, third in the junior, to 3661, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Noonday, New York. 8th place to 1414, Anna Sherest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 9th place to entry number 2018, Boulder Creek, Penobscot, Maine. 10th place to 1415, Anna Sherest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 11, 4th in the junior to 3489, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 12th place, 5th in the junior to 5245, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 13, 6 in the junior to 2495, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts.
a really nice class as we get into the later ewe lambs. And when you get into the top three, one of these is not like the other, and I chose to put her where nobody should, and that's right in between the other two. But the ewe that we're going to start with, she's got the best balance. She's the best made ewe out here, really extended, has a great look, really good down her top, has a wide loin in her, comes back to a wide hip. She's got the added rib shape, yet she still maintains that feminine look through the front third. That's what drives her up here. When we get into 2 and 3, the ewe here in second, I love the femininity. I like the balance in terms of her underline. She actually is really deceiving. When you get behind her, she comes back to a really wide loin and hip. She's got some spring of rib. I forecast her going on, and she's going to be really youthful yearling ewe, really big through that middle. Today we're looking at her, and we're still trying to decide, but I'm going to go with that. In the forecasting, we come to the ewe here in 3, one that I really appreciate for the rib and the thickness down her top, one that when we compare her to the ewe standing directly ahead of her, we lose some of that femininity. We lose some of that angular through her front third. She's getting just a little heavier there at the bottom of her shoulder compared to that ewe, and that was kind of my deciding factor between the two. I think both of them are awful good. Come to the ewe here in 4, and certainly maybe she's going to be the powerhouse of a yearling ewe out here. Today for me, she's just a tick greener, a tick flatter. I'd like to open her up and give her more of her. I think next year come back, it could be a completely different story. That could be a dark horse for next year. And coming to the next ewe, really long-sided, really opened up. One that just gets a little plainer in terms of her look compared to the one standing directly ahead of her. We'd like to level her up out through that hip, make her a little neater up through the front third of her skeleton. Really good class all the way through. Congratulations.
Next class is our second class of March ewe lambs. These animals born March 14th of this year and later. Placing on that class of early March ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 4106, S&T 2194, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis, Hunt, New York. Second, Annette ewe weighed 118. Second to 1413, Small Fry Farm Continued, 106, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts, and that ewe weighed 112. Third to entry 4104, Schwartz and Tolly, Tunis, Hunt, New York, that ewe weighing 105. Fourth, first in the junior portion of the show, 3248, Kyle 2167, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. Fifth place goes to entry 5226, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 6 to 5225, Wendy Cameron. 7, second in the junior show to 2490, Small Fry Farm Continued, 108, URB, Amanda Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts.
and a nice class to round out our March U lambs here, and use the top pair here. They're really similar in their type and kind. The one we're opting to start with is just better over top, bigger through the center portion of her body. One that balances up tremendously well off the side, still has the femininity. Come to you here in second, maybe a touch more refined in terms of bone work, maybe not quite as dead level as the you were finding to start the class, but one with some added thickness down her top, some added expansion through the center portion. Really a wide middle U here in second, or in third, excuse me. One that I really appreciate, that turn to that rib and the depth of body and the chest floor in her. I think she's really good there. With that, we'd like to straighten her up over the top side. We'd like to bring that neck out of the top side of the shoulder as well. She wants to come just a notch forward. Coming to you here in 4, really a long-sided sheep, one that's just starting to give up too much in terms of top shape compared to the 3 that are standing directly ahead. And rounding out the class, some lambs that are just a little younger, a little coarser and greener in their maturity right now. I think a few more days on feed would do them some good. A nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Our next class will be Slickshorn ewe lambs Class 1. These animals born October 3rd of 20 through and including the 27th of January of 21. Placing on class number 2 of our March ewe lambs, first place goes to 2153 Vandenbroek 0014 Jessica Vandenbroek, Vendosha, Ohio. That ewe weighed 112. Second to 2237 Swihart 2113 Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio. That ewe weighs 102. Third place to 963 Linda, Lindsay, and Elsa Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. That ewe weighs 104. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to Lathea 345, entry number 5246, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to 2124, Ginkgo Piazza 0030, Michaela Bradley, Wilmington, Delaware. Sixth place, third in the junior show, to 2079, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. 7, fourth in the junior show, 2125, Michaela Bradley, Wilmington, Delaware. 8 and 5th in the junior show, 2072, Victoria Fuller, Wilmington, Delaware. This is the final trivia question for the Tuna Show. At the 2011 National Tuna Show held at the Big E, who exhibited the Grand Champion ewe as well as was the first place in the exhibitor's flock and breeder's flock? Troy got that right away. It was Mom's Tunis, Barbara Castle of Virginia.
A really nice class of slick-sheared ewe lambs. And the ewe we're going to start with, really a big top in this sheep. One, it's really big in terms of her rib shape as well, still feminine up through the front end of her skeleton. One that moves about the ring free and easy. She's got the most natural thickness, natural muscling, and base width. She's going to lead us off. Come to the ewe here in second. She follows her pretty closely in terms of that rib shape and mass of body. Maybe not quite as neat of a package, though. When you view her up through that front third, she's a little bit plainer about the bottom end of her shoulder for me today compared to that ewe that we're going to lead off with. A really cool looking one here in three. One I like the added femininity, the added extension and length, body that one brings to the table. I'd like to open her up. I'd like to give her a little more curvature to that rib. I'd like to drop her a little on that rear flank and give her a shot of muscle to view her from behind to be able to go ahead and use her higher. Really a neat sheep here in four. One that's kind of deceiving to read, and you get over top of her and there's some thickness to this sheep. One that I would like to open her up through the center portion of her rib. I would like to maybe tighten her up just through the front end a little bit. But I think, one, when you put everything together, she's pretty straight in her lines. She's going to have a bright future ahead. Come to a ewe here, I really appreciate the mass and volume this ewe's bringing to the table. With that being said, we're getting a little straighter off both ends of our skeleton for me today. We're getting a little higher in that hip. I'd like to just change those angles about her to be able to move her higher. Rounding out the class, the young lady's doing a really nice job out here, a long-sided type of a sheep. One that's just a little more plain in her look, and then when we view her from behind, she just doesn't have quite the muscle we're finding in some of the ones ahead, but really nice kind of ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Now ready for class number 2 of our slick-shorn ewe lambs for the Tunis. Placing on Class 1 of our Slickshorn ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 4107, S&T 2168, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. That ewe weighed 125. Second place to entry number 1366, Busy Corner Farm 1207, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ewe weighed 131. Third place to entry number 2152, Jessica Vandenbroek, Vindosha, Ohio. That ewe weighs 107. First in the junior show to entry 1228, Busy Corner Farm 1205, Faustina Jarris, Cummington, Massachusetts. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to entry number 3483, Harris 0461, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. And sixth place to entry number 1897, Avery Brown, Urbana, Ohio.
Another nice class of ewe lambs, and a little bit of give and take out here. And I think next year you can line these up completely different. I won't argue the ewe we're going to start with, she's the thickest down her top. Really wide through her loin, wide through that hip, carries the most amount of muscle in that stifle, still balances up well enough. Is she the most attractive through the front third of her skeleton? Maybe not. But I think when you put everything together, she's got some added feature at the ground. She's going to go ahead and lead the class off. Nice kind of a ewe. Coming to the ewe here in second. One that I really appreciate in terms of her skeletal build. She's extended through that front third, really long from that last rib back. One that shows me some grow, and she's going to have some capacity. Right now, she's just a little greener to the touch. She's just a little flatter through that stifle compared to my class winner. Come to the ewe here in three, and again, one I like an awful lot. Maybe just a notch plainer about the front third of her skeleton. Maybe one that when I get over top of her, I don't think she's going to have that quite as big rib as what the ewe I have here in second does. I think she's longer. She's got a lot of power in that top. I just want to open her up and expand her up to be able to move her higher. Next ewe, really an attractive sheep. when it gets just a little flatter, when we view her from behind, just not as much of her. She's narrower to the handle than the three that are standing directly ahead of her. And then we're rounding out the class some sheep that just aren't quite as straight in their lines. We like to level them out in their top. We like to give them a little more natural thickness if we're going to move them up higher. This is how I see them today. A really nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. Placing on our second class of slick-shorn ewe lambs, first place goes to 3490 Harris 0469 Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 135. Second place to entry 3250 Kyle 2156 Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That ewe weighing 127. Third to 169 Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 115. Fourth place to and third in the junior to entry 3249 Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Fifth place to 2236 Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio. Sixth and fourth in the junior show to Faustina Jaraz, Cummington, Massachusetts. We're now showing for Open Show Junior Champion and Open Show Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Placing on those pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. Second place to Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Third to Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4 to Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunde, New York. 5th place went to Anna Sherest, Brimfield, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 6th to Boulder Creek, Troy Staples, Penobscot, Maine. 7th place to Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeyoil Falls, New York. 8th place to Jessica Vandenbroek, Venetia, Ohio. 9 to Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 10th place to Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio. 11 to Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 12th place to Ryan Cameron, Middlesboro, Massachusetts. 13th to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 14 to Faustina Jarris, Cummington, Massachusetts. 15, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware. And 16th place went to Michaela Bradley, Wilmington, Delaware.
What a set of females out here, and all the Tunis exhibitors really ought to be proud. We left some awful good ones back at the pens even, and you get out here. I'm extremely pleased with the quality top to bottom out here. I think all these ewes, I did Louisville just a few years ago, and no doubt in my mind, I think all these ewes could play pretty hard that are out here. An extremely good set of sheep. I'm thoroughly impressed, and I'm really glad I got the opportunity to come out here and do this. And I know this is just junior champion. We'll see the seniors when we come back in, but boy, what a set of sheep, and I really commend all the breeders, and it's not just words. I really mean it. Today, I think there's a couple out here that I like an awful lot and put a lot of things together that I'm looking for in terms of athleticism and some rib shape and really fundamentally sound and really show me some true power and still have some look. I'll go out here and select your champion and reserve junior champion ewes. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
Our Open Show Junior Champion ewe goes to entry number 4106, out of our first class of March ewe lambs, S&T 2194, Schwartz and Tolly Tunis, Hunt, New York. The reserve junior champion went to entry number 1891, first out of the January ewe lamb class. Jackie Irwin Tunis, 2141, Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Exhibitors with junior class winners of the U classes, please have those ringside and ready. That'd be 3242 from the yearling U class 1 from Emma and Brooke Kyle. That would be 3662 from Jenna and Gregory Loper from class 2 yearling U's. 3243 from Brooke and Emma Kyle from the Slick Shorn yearling U. Also, we need 3244 from Brooke and Emma Kyle from the senior ewe lambs. In the January class, we will need 3654 of Michaela Bugman. We will also need 3660 from Jenna and Greg Loper from the February class. March, the first class of Marches, 3248 of Brooke and Emma Kyle. From the second March class, 5246 of Ryan Cameron. From the Slick Shorn class, the early class of Slick Shorn, 1228 of Faustina Jares. And from the last Slick Shorn class, 3490 of Kyle Harris. And we'll also need the 3651 ewe of Michaela Bugman.
Again, I commend all the exhibitors, and I'm trying not to take too long out here. I think all four of these are just fantastic females. And we could have gone 3 or 4 deep in that senior drive, and I thought all those class winners coming out of that were awful good, and it was going to be pretty simple for me at the end of the day, come out here, and I think the senior champions were going to win. And then all of a sudden we went through the junior ewe lambs, and that kind of presented me with the same issue. I liked a lot of those class winners. And we come out here and just start analyzing through them. And again, it's really hard to pick these females apart. Today for me, I'm going to go out here and show you how I like them. There's no doubt in my mind these could be switched up any way you like. Here's how I'm going to do it.
Our grand champion ewe goes to the senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe was entry 3242 out of the first yearling ewe class. Kyle 2055, Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. That is also our junior show champion ewe. Our reserve open show grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe. The junior champion ewe was 4106 out of the first class of March ewe lambs, S&T 2194, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. We do need to show for our reserve junior show champion ewe, and I read off all those that we need in the ring. Our next class will be best headed ewe after we select our junior show reserve champion ewe. From our ewe show today, our class awards for the Class 1 yearling ewes, Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, yearling Class 2, Stumpy, Tunis, Slick Shorn, yearling ewes, Jackie Irwin, Tunis, the fall ewe lamb, Boulder Creek, Tunis, the January class, Stumpy, Tunis, February class, Dwight and Sally, Barney, the March class, Creekside, Tunis, the Slick Shorn ewe lamb, RQL Farms, the Champion ewe, Ohio Tunis Association, the Reserve Champion ewe, MJM Family Farm, and Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, the Junior Show Champion ewe, Swihart Moonlight, Tunis, this Reserve Champion ewe, Dwight and Sally, Barney. The Best Headed Ram Trophy award went from Brattle Farm. Best Headed ewe comes from Brattle Farm. Finally, Exhibitors Flock from Spildy, Tunis, Breeders Flock from Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, and Get of Sire from Darling, Tunis. Our reserve junior show champion ewe goes to entry 3660. Red Barn Farm 1030. Jenna and Greg Loper, Nunde, New York. Again, now ready to have our best headed ewe class. Best headed ewe class. After best headed ewe, we'll have our exhibitor's flock, followed by breeder's flock, followed by get of sire. Best headed ewe goes to entry 1413. Small Fry Farm continued, 106, Anna Charest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. That ewe came out of the March ewe lamb class. And that would have been the early March ewe lamb class. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to 4795 Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. Second place to 1988 Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Third place to 4637 Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honeyoke Falls, New York. Fourth place to Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Fifth place to Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunde, New York. Sixth place to Aaron Liu of Cummington, Massachusetts. Seventh place to Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 8 to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 9 to Anna Charest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. Now ready for breeders' flock. Your next class is Get of Sire. Get of Sire is your next class. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place goes to Schwartz and Tully, Tunis, Hunt, New York. Second place to Dan and Jackie Irwin, Richwood, Ohio. Third place to Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. Fourth place to Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 5 to Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Sixth place, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And 7, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. Now showing Get of Sire. And for you Illinois folks, update, Purdue 13, Illinois 9, the game is over. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Dan and Jackie Irwin, JET Tunis, Richwood, Ohio. Second place to Emma and Brooke Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. Third place, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 4, Anna Shurest, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 5, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 6, Kyle Harris, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That does conclude our show, with one exception. We need a representative of S&T Tunis to come to the announcer's desk. We want to thank our National Tunis Queen, Hannah Warnicki, for helping us in the ring today. And our judge has been Alex Wolf from Ohio. And we present the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder Award to S&T Tunis of Hunt, New York. The showmanship will start at 7:30. 7:30 we'll start out with junior showmanship. Showmanship at 7:30, so you can do photos for a little while.